Sorry for being a little bit late. Two of them still haven't come in. But first of all, I want to say there's so many people here from so far away. We have Marilyn here from all the way from Minnesota. Just for this workshop, master class. We have Carly and Pete and Michael, they're from Billings, Montana. Eric from Edmonton, Alberta. Daniel here from Walla Walla. And we have Bruce and Gary from Victoria. Gordon and Barbara from Vancouver. If I left anybody out. From Yakima, okay, pardon me. And anyway, it's a privilege, I know, for you and for me to have Anthony Galla-Rini here for this master class. And I feel privileged, and I hope you all do too. And I think this will be a really nice master class. Anthony Galla-Rini.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
I am happy to be here, and I do hope that every subject brought out in this workshop will prove to be of interest to all of you. As the class progresses, you will be given pages of text, well, you actually have them in your envelopes, and musical examples touching on the subject being presented. You can mark or write whatever you wish on them, since they will be yours to keep. As we progress, do call my attention on any details that need more clarification. On occasions, I will be touching on subjects covered in my book, A Collection of Lectures, which was published by Music Graphics Press in San Diego, in which case I will be giving further elaborations. But most of the time, however, I will be presenting new subjects or new thoughts. Some subjects will be clearly understood today. Other subjects may be more involved and may need more time to be thoroughly digested. Thus, the handing out of musical examples, typewritten pages, etc. Now and then, I will ask you to use your pencil for some ad-lib thoughts. Do you all have pencils?
Yeah.
Fine. Well, more or less. I hope that everything will be self-explanatory. You can review everything at your leisure after I leave town. By order of the sheriff. The accordion consists of two keyboards, one for each hand, joined by a set of bellows, which activate the blocks of metal reeds located within each of the keyboards. And while the right hand is involved only in performing on its keyboard while manipulating the bellows, while the right hand is involved only in performing on its keyboard, the left hand has the dual task of performing on its keyboard while manipulating the bellows, which cause the reeds to respond for both keyboards. Now, the acoustical accordion is the subject of this presentation. And the piano-type keyboard is referred to for the right hand, while the stradella system of bass and chord buttons will be referred to for the left-hand keyboard. An important development of the accordion in recent years has been the multiple register arrangements created for each of the keyboards. And consequently, the registers for the right hand give the opportunities for tonal contrast. The left hand registers make it possible to extend a 1-octave range, which is inherent in this system, into a 4-octave span. So much so that by skillful shifting of the registers, the effect can be of a free-bass system. More about this later on. These registers for both keyboards are likened to the stops and couplers of the grand organ, and for this reason, plus the fact that the air within the bellows cause the reeds to respond, the accordion is classified in some dictionaries along with the reed organ family. Now, I think your first 2 pages is what I will be referring to, and I have it here. Yes. We will be referring to the page of articulation and another page which says silences of articulation and silences of expression. So, but I will explain to myself in addition. In music, the term articulation refers to the manner in which the hand and fingers perform on a keyboard, or in other words, keyboard phrasing. The musician who performs all of the various kinds of articulation with skill can be compared to one who speaks articulately, hence articulation. The following terms are used to describe the kinds of articulation involved in keyboard phrasing for the accordion: legato, non-legato, fortato, of which there are 2 kinds, mezzo staccato, staccato, and staccatissimo. I will endeavor to explain and demonstrate each kind. Legato means connected. The sign for the legato is the curved line over or under a minimum of 2 notes or more. On keyboard instruments, such as the accordion, it means notes overlapping from one note to the next by the smallest fraction possible, smallest fraction of their value. As an example of a legato from one note to the next on the right-hand keyboard, immediately after depressing the key for the second note, release the key for the first note instantly. In this way, the 2 notes are connected. Genuine legato. This also explains the legato from one button to another on the left-hand keyboard. Within a legato phrase of reasonable length, avoid changing bellows in order not to break the legato. If it cannot be avoided, a break should then be as minimal as possible. More about this later on. Now listen to the legato in the right hand of Figa from the Merry Widow. Non-legato means not connected, or in other words, not legato. There is no sign for this, although the term itself is sometimes indicated at the beginning of a phrase in order to remove any doubt. It means that notes are to be disconnected while fully valued in a manner in which no gaps of silence can be noticeable between notes. As an example of a non-legato from one note to the next on the right-hand keyboard, quote, immediately after releasing the key for the first note, depress the key for the second note, next note, instantly. In this way, the 2 notes are disconnected while retaining their values. Not retail, retain. This also explains the non-legato on the left-hand keyboard, from one button to another. When changing bellows direction during non-legato notes, it must be done instantly on a break between notes. In other words, it must not occur in the midst of a note value. All right, here are a few measures from the Pilgrim's Chorus. 10 notes. Non-legato, but with a few slurs. Now this also explains what is necessary when changing bellows directions in the midst of legato notes. In other words, the fingers will have to observe a non-legato break at that point, amounting to a minimal separation. Therefore, remember the non-legato separation. Portato means carried, literally speaking. However, in music it means held, which is why it is sometimes referred to as the tenuto, same meaning in Italian. There are two kinds of portato, of which one is indicated with a dash over or under a note. And this means that the note is almost fully valued and an evenly distributed stress is applied on each note. A simple guide for performing this portato is for the fingers to allow a very slight gap of silence between notes so indicated. Another kind of portato, is indicated by combining the dash with a dot over or under a note. Adding the dot to the dash shortens the note a little more. In other words, a little more silence between the notes. A slight stress is again applied on each note. And these portatos are more apt to be indicated for a note now and then rather than for groups of notes. They will be demonstrated further on. There are two kinds of staccato in which notes are shortened but with no stressing. Staccato means detached or separated, literally speaking. But in music, it means that notes are not only detached, but shortened by 1/2 of their value. This is the definition given in almost any dictionary or books on music. The sign for this is the dot indicated over or under a note. Mezzo staccato means a medium or modified form of staccato. And notes are shortened by only 1/4 of their value. Shortened by only 1/4 of their value. The sign for this is the combination of dots within a curved line covering a minimum of 2 successive notes or more, as in groups. Now the following strain from the ballet Egyptian by Luigini is a suitable example of mezzo staccato. It is important to differentiate mezzo staccato from staccato, which should not be confused. If I were to play this again and say note should be staccato, then it would sound this way. Let's see. So there is a difference between mezzo staccato and staccato. Staccatissimo means extremely staccato, and the sign for this is the vertical wedge. Notes are shortened by 3/4 of their value and are to be sharply accented. This effect is seldom indicated. Now, a summation. Let me mention this about the page on articulation. I think it all conforms to what I have said already. But in here, I really went into statistics. And I applied to all the different kinds. When I had prepared this page maybe 20, 25 years ago, that's the way I did it. Like you will see it says, take off 1/16 for the non-legato, then 1/8, and then 1/4, and then 1/2. But now I spoke in just general terms so as to not make it quite so confusing. I try to differentiate by, how shall we say, comparing one from the other, which will come up now. While it is important to be familiar with all the articles referred to, in reality, not all of them will occur within a short phrase or a short composition. However, the three basic forms that will occur in practically any form of compositions are legato, non-legato, and staccato. And these should be clearly articulated, one from the other. Legato, non-legato, and staccato. Non-legato seems to be neglected so much. Most students just learn legato and staccato, and not what is in between, non-legato. Now, the remaining forms can then be easily understood by comparison. For instance, legato means definitely connected. Non-legato means notes valued but disconnected. The two forms of portato means notes rather stressed but not fully valued as in non-legato. The two forms of staccato means notes shortened by certain margins but not stressed. And staccatissimo means notes extremely shortened and sharply accented. So we would not be confused too much if we saw many different signs. Just compare one from the other. Mezzo staccato is not as short as staccato, etc. Now this is the opportune time to explain the subject of silences of articulation and silences of expression. Now there's more in this page than I will say now, but you do have the page to refer to at your leisure time. Nevertheless, this is a very important subject. Now, this is the opportune time to explain the subject of silences of articulation and silences of expression, since it refers to when the right hand lifts off the keyboard and how much, according to the required tempo, or notes and their note values involved. Silences of articulation refers to any gaps of silence, whether small or large, due to detached notes or indicative rest that occur within a phrase. Within a phrase. The hand may lift slightly or appreciably more in proportion to whether the gaps or silences are small, not so small, or large. Indicated rest as silences are also dealt with accordingly. If a required tempo and or note values involved rules out lifting of the hand as inconvenient, the silences of articulation must then be achieved by the fingers alone. So remember that thought. The hand will be lifting according to the gaps of silence between to a certain height, or if there's less silence, the hand doesn't lift as much, modified, or it may not have time to lift, therefore the fingers must accomplish the detachment, either by the hand or by the fingers. Silences of expression refers to the gaps of silence customarily observed at the end of a phrase. In other words, to indicate the separation of one phrase from another, very often this silence is indicated by a rest. And when not indicated so, it is then determined either by ending on a note of long value or when the phrase seems to repeat itself, the form. Now, the silence of expression is observed by a lifting of the hand and should be done instinctively, just as a singer or an instrumentalist takes a breath. I feel bad when I have students not to make already advanced and their hands never leave the keyboard. At least at the end of a phrase, they should. That's the breathing, the silences of expression. It makes the music more human because the singer has to take a breath, like the instrumentalist. Now, further comments. Sometimes in execution, it may be necessary to convert an indicated staccato into mezzo staccato or even into non-legato if a required tempo or small note values prohibits lifting of the hand. This occurs, say, in the polka French Gaiety by Waldteufel, and since the meter is 2/4 time, the quarter note is the beat note. 2/8 notes equal the beat note, as does also for 16th notes. Staccato is indicated for the 8th and 16th notes in the introduction in the first string. The first measure consists of the 8th notes, and the second measure is 16th notes, and they sort of alternate as they go on. I will try to demonstrate this example. Springs when its tempo permits. Now since, Now since the meter is 2/4 time, the quarter note is the beat note. The 8th notes equal the beat note, as does also the 16th notes. I mentioned that. Now for the required tempo, the hand may spring easily on the 8th notes, 2 to a beat for a staccato. For the 16th notes in the second measure, which are 4 to a beat, less springing of the hand must be required, resulting most likely in mezzo staccato. Quite satisfactory, and I think I demonstrated it now. Now another example is in the second string of the polka italienne by Rachmaninoff, wherein the indications are for slurred 16th notes intermingled with staccato 16th notes. In the first strain of this polka, we have slurred and staccato notes along with the simple portato sound. Now I'm a little bit ahead of my time. I will just demonstrate the 16th notes where we must be sure to observe the slurs. And then when we see the staccato markings, it merely indicates to detach the notes, not necessarily a full staccato. So sometimes the staccato is just merely an indication to detach. Now in the first strain of this polka, we have slurred and staccato notes along with the simple portato sign, in other words, the dash, on a quarter note, now and then. So we give the quarter notes almost full value plus a slight stress. Let me try that again. And listen for the end note of the phrase, which is the portato with the dash. Sometimes it might almost sound like an accent. No harm, but it should be modified. It's just purely a slight stressing. Now the slur is defined in some dictionaries as the short curved line connecting two notes of equal value but of different pitch, specifying that the first note should be stressed and the second note curtailed in value. Now this is a definition in some dictionaries. While there might have been a need for this definition about 100 years ago, it has outlived its purpose nowadays, since the composers and arrangers are more painstaking and complete in their manner of notation. Now here are a few measures from the evening prayer of Hensel and Gretel by Humboldt, starting with the slurred quarter notes. They're given their full value, no stressing of first notes or no curtailing of the end notes. Here now, well, all right. Slurs can also consist of notes of unequal value, as in the beginning of the minuet in G by Beethoven. Detached two by two, see? But no stressing of the first note unless indicated, and no curtailing of the second note unless indicated. Now I will speak about the shape of a tone, also the shape of a phrase. I missed one example here. To continue on the slurs again, here is a passage from Humoresque by Vorbeck, wherein now the notes that are slurred, two notes, the first will be offbeat and the second note onbeat. Also, there are rests between each slurred notes, which is then the silences of articulation. No, wrong register. This silence nuances of articulation. We should never be ignored. Now we speak of the shape of a tone. Be particular as to how to start a note, A. B, how to treat it during its value, and C, how to end it. First of all, be aware that we either start a note percussively or non-percussively. And it is important to decide in which manner from one note to the next, and it is a matter of being correct or incorrect. Now, you don't have this page on this because if I would have written everything else, you would have about 385 pages instead of. So this is, you might note with a pencil. Now, A, for a, there is a page later on that refers to these things in a nutshell, coming up later on. A, for a percussive attack, as in accented notes, start the bellows pressure an instant before pressing a key and or button. Start the pressure of the bellows first. We're coming in. For a non-percussive attack, apply bellows pressure simultaneously with depressing a key and or button. Percussive. Do I make the difference clear? Very important. Now, normally, we play non-percussively while looking for indications for percussive attacks. B, whether we either keep an even dynamic level within the note value, increase it or decrease it, or do both, depends on the musical text. The note value, also the required tempo, and the prevailing dynamic indication. C, the note is ended definitely by the instant releasing of a key and or button rather than stopping the bellows. Well, that was a very definite ending, whether it's loud or soft. The ending is not detected when the bellows decays the tone to nothing within the note value, though the key and or button is still depressed. The key is still depressed. Same thing with the left hand. When I have a group of youngsters, I will ask them to put their accordions on and ask each one to play a tone and endeavor to decay after the attack so that we could not detect when the note was ended, yet the key or button must be depressed. Always very interesting. So some will go. And I hear that too often. So, the ending is somewhat indefinite when the bellows is stopped together with releasing a key and or button, usually when a note is decaying. This happens most of the time in our playing. And now a discussion on two important words. Perhaps I should have these two words copyrighted. William Tell Overture. The two words are ping and plop. Ping refers to a percussive attack on an individual note, followed by decaying the tone to nothing within the note value, as already described. All of this is a bellows technique. Ping may be applied on notes of large or small value. Also, the percussive attack may range from the loudest double 40 to the softest double 10, according to the required dynamic level. Soft. That's coming up in a moment here. Well, this is controlled by the amount of the anticipated bellows pressure applied. Skill will be required to achieve all of this, especially on notes of small value. I will demonstrate that in a moment. Plop refers to detached notes of small value ending definitely by the instant releasing of a key and or button rather than by the bellows. You see? So, more on that. Plop is non-percussive. Therefore, it is a keyboard technique. Keyboard technique. Ping is the closest technique in simulating the pizzicato effect of the string instruments. Just as the string reverberates instantly to nothing after being plucked, a quick decay. Well, the accordion reed reverberates instantly to nothing when stopped instantly by the bellows rather than by the key or button. This is the closest description of the portato with the dash and dot on notes of small value and is indicated by the left hand in the solo arrangement of the beautiful Blue Danube Waltz. It is intended for 3 pizzicato notes indicated in the string-based part. It is at the end of the introduction at piano level and should be played as 3 pings, very softly. Plop. Plop. Ping. Plop. Is the difference clearly defined in there? Not easily done, but it can be cultivated. Now, if these notes were to be played as plops, they would then sound this way, which I demonstrated. See? And notice the difference. It is normal that plop occurs most of the time on short notes when both hands are playing. It's normal, so understand we're not casting out plops. We have to include it. However, on isolated notes in one hand or the other, especially when rests separate the notes, the ping, which is the portato with the dash and dot, is often preferable, even though only a staccato is indicated, as it gives the notes some quality, some gracefulness. So watch for the occasions when ping is preferable. Now, so far, the accordion has been simulating various orchestral instruments and the organ, but not the piano. The accordion cannot simulate the piano. Yet, a great amount of piano literature has been performed on the accordion, and it has always sounded like the accordion, not the piano. To an extent, there is nothing wrong with this, since even symphony orchestras have performed piano compositions. Example, the Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2, Beethoven's List. So nevertheless, the symphony orchestra will be very selective and choose only those pieces wherein it can do justice. the accordionist should be just as selective. Notwithstanding, it is an advantage for the accordion to adapt some of the characteristics of piano tone production. Remember that a tone is produced on the piano by a hammer striking a string, the tone then starting to decay. If the key is depressed long enough, along with the foot pedal that you use, the tone will fade to nothing. And this describes theme. So piano is very typical of theme. One of the themes from the piano solo, Malagueña, is typical of this, since the dynamic marking is fortissimo, double 40. And these are loud pains. I will try it. Very definite things. So it is all right for us to simulate the piano tone production on the accordion. It will still sound like the accordion, but it is still the proper way to play it. And it enhances the accordion as well as enhancing the piano. Now then, finger accent refers to a heavier drop of the fingers on the keys when starting a note, which also involves the hand when chords are played on the right-hand keyboard. And this is quite typical of the hammer tips of the piano. Finger accent is suggested when the portato with the dash is indicated in passages of a low dynamic level, and a percussive attack is desired, avoiding, however, the anticipated bellows pressure. In other words, the percussive effect is achieved by the finger accent and not by the bellows, as in the right hand of this passage from Rhapsody in Blue. I will start a few measures before. This is called the arpeggiando, meaning in the manner of a harp, you break a chord up. And I will come to that in a moment too. Now, the dropping of the fingers can be, let's say, rapid. Which is, I think, very attractive. But I preferred seven notes, 4, 3 here, all in continuity, precisely 7 notes. And that's finger accent is done by the fingers. All right. Now, another typical piano effect, which also involves the finger accent, is the arpeggiando, which I just referred to. A broken chord in the manner of a harp, arpeggiando. And the sign for this is the wavy vertical line indicated for one hand only or for both hands. A hook indicated at the top or bottom of this line will indicate which end to start to spread the notes. That is, up or down. Yes, I just demonstrated that now. If the hook is on the top, this is the manner in which it is played. If the hook is at the bottom of the wavy line, you just do the opposite. In a way, it is an advantage for the accordion if we decide to start from the top down, because the highest note is the weakest reed of all of that combination. So starting there establishes the first notes and gives it an advantage over its disadvantage. Now, the arpeggiando is also indicated in the last two measures of the Fantasy Impromptu by Chopin, and it is for both hands. And the lowest bass note in the left hand now starts the arpeggiando in true piano style. Exactly the way it shows in the piano copy. I believe this ends this discussion. And we have used so far like 2 pages to refer to. Now, while I take my second wind, I will bring up the next subject. And you can breathe easily also. The next subject of many details will be fingering, correct hand positions. I believe there are about 2 pages to refer to here, in addition to my text. Yes, the pages we will be referring to is fingering principles for both hands. There's another one here somewhere. It continues, and it shows the left hand as a page 2. And in the third page are 2 melodies for the left hand bass solo. So, I start next one here. Now the correct positions and fingering principles for both hands. A, for the right hand, with the 5 fingers laying on the 5 consecutive white keys in the middle of the right hand keyboard, that is, A, B, C, D, E. Place the edge of the thumb on A and the tip of the small finger on E at a point equally the distance between the edge of the black keys and the edge of the white keys. The tips of the remaining 3 fingers on B, C, and D should then lay on a straight angle between the thumb and small finger. And the point is to endeavor to maintain the straight angle on any part of the keyboard, turning or tilting the hand only when it is necessary. Now there may be some who say, no, rather put the fingers on the white keys so that they will touch the edge of the black keys. And the suggestion there is that you'll know where you are on the keyboard, which is a good point. But I have found that the students who came to me then and worked in that manner meant that their hand always clung to the keyboard and they never released. And to me, it is more important to lift the hand, take that breather, that silence of expression, even though when you come back you hit a wrong note. You will eventually become accurate just the same by enough practice. So that is my statement there. B, correct fingering principles are those which tend toward the equal use of all the 5 fingers. In other words, do not neglect any of them. For the left hand, no, I'm ahead of myself now. All right, yes. For the left hand, insert the hand through the bass strap far enough, but no further, so that 4 consecutive fundamental bass buttons and their respective counterbasses can be reached comfortably. By the 4 fingers. Note, the thumb is not used only for the air valve. Now, in other words, place the 4 fingers on F, C, G, D, fundamental basses. Now there are 4 buttons in the same row, consecutive buttons. Then move them as a group to A, E, B, F sharp, their respective counterbasses. A total of 8 basses. These are in the center of the keyboard and will ensure a straight angle for the left hand. D, again, the correct fingering principles are those which tend toward the equal use of all the 4 fingers. In other words, do not neglect any of them. Endeavor to maintain the straight angle on any part of the keyboard, turning or tilting the hand only when it is necessary. Observation. The pianist performs on one keyboard which is in horizontal position, whereas the accordionist performs on 2 keyboards which are in vertical position. The pianist can shift his or her body to the right or left extremes of the keyboard and maintain the correct hand angle while observing correct fingerings. The accordionist does not have this advantage, and therefore they have to consider incorrect hand angle and fingerings when the extreme ends of the keyboards are involved. There are exceptions, however, for those with long arms, because you can understand that with long arms, it is easy to reach down here especially. But I have short arms. So I just want to inject this quotation of mine. It is all right to do the wrong thing at the right time. For the right-hand keyboard, with the 5 fingers laying on the 5 consecutive white keys in the middle of the right-hand keyboard, I already said that. It is logical to use all 4 fingers in the major scale, because I'm still referring to the left hand. It is logical to use all 4 fingers in the major scale as preparatory, since all 4 fingers will have to be used in the more typical minor scales and chromatic scales. And all the more important for those who might consider converting to a freebase system, and they must have 4 fingers equally trained. Now here are a few measures of 2 well-known tunes that lie within the 4-finger position. Now just make a mental note of that, and I will backtrack a bit, and let's refer to the page that says Fingering Principles for Left Hand. And example 1, you will see all the way through there, 5-finger positions. Position, because any of these measures will be found in the major and the two minor forms of scale, melodic and harmonic. Now, example 2 shows a few measures from March of the Dwarfs by Grieg. Now, I suggest that we can take certain passages from music and invent an exercise from that passage. It will, of course, be technical. Perfect that passage while at the same time having an exercise. So this is how I will do example number 2 in that matter. Not illustrated, but I will demonstrate it to you. This is the most difficult one. So, and perhaps I played it better this last time because I exercised. Then page 2. Here I demonstrate the left hand again in reference to the 4 fundamental bases and its 4 respective counter bases. F, C, G, D, A, E, B, etc. counter bases. We can have the 4 fingers like an army of 4 and march back and forth as a unit. Away we go. Very significant because I will do this now, and you will read the 2 melodies on the following page, Joy to the World and the First Noel. So, my 4 fingers on each of these 8 buttons, and my hand and fingers will not move. Now, the First Noel. Within those 8 buttons, I played those 2 melodies, and the fingers and hand did not move. Four finger position for the left hand. Now, for the stridella left hand system, using all the 4 fingers on 4 consecutive bass buttons in the fundamental row plus their respective 4 counter basses, as already demonstrated, compares with the 5 finger positions for the right hand. And so this I already explained. Now, for those already well grounded in the American style of major scale fingering, which employs only 3 fingers, that is 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 3. I recommend the following, which will employ 4 fingers, if only as an exercise for the 4 fingers, as a reminder of correct hand position and a reminder of the continental style of fingering. This is what we have now. So, again, I will play 2 major scales in the left hand within these 8 buttons, and the fingers and hand will not move. The C major and the G major scale. The hand didn't move. Now for an exercise, we could do this. Move up one position. Move up again. Continue. Till we reach the top. Then move back here and endeavor to play the scale in reverse order. Like start on the last note. Move down one position. Move down again. Continue. Continue. Till you reach the bottom of the keyboard. This is excellent practice for the left hand, treating all of the fingers equally. Now, we have two thoughts, exercises and playing selections, pieces. In exercises, we should use correct fingerings to be established, the familiar fingering as a model, just as we try to speak grammatically correct. And it is the best because we benefit in this way. However, in playing selections, it's a freer thought. You can use these correct fingers, like when the scale is involved, or you can use the other familiar fingering, and it will not be discarded. No, you can still use it. It is up to the player individually. It may depend on the selection, the situation involved in the selection. So I don't force these fingers on the student. I let them decide what they wish to do later on. But these fingers should be used in exercises because they're a good example and they give the best chances for developing technique. Now, the right hand, the preferred angle for the right hand is to extend it forward as much as is physically convenient. In other words, do not draw it in towards the body. Now, some may say, as for instance, I would say Manyanti, he recommends that there should be a straight angle right from the tip of the elbow, with a straight hand into the keyboard. Well, he has long arms. I don't. For him, it's quite correct. So I just say, tend to keep the arm forward as much as is conveniently, physically comfortable, not backward. Avoid straight fingers. With the wrist raised at least 1.5 inches above the surface of the white keys, an archway will be formed, permitting the thumb to pass under it conveniently when playing scales, or arpeggio, or any similar passage. A good example for a student would be to suggest to them start with a 5-finger position. But in doing so, see, as we progress to the second, third, fourth notes, have the thumb pass under. Relax. The thumb has that nice archway to pass under. Then you can, and then this exercise, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. scales. So there's a good example of the fingers being curved with an archway wherein the thumb can pass under it quite conveniently. Hand studies. Now you see the 2 pages of hand studies, right? Page 1 and page 2. Now, we know that there are 32 studies of hand, I believe. All of them very important and beneficial, but it takes quite a while to cover all of them. It is more important to concentrate on the very first exercise, but do various things with it, as I will explain. For instance, a very good exercise is, like you see in this page, it should be done 3 ways, you know, legato, non-legato, and staccato. But if I only have time to practice only in one manner, I will choose non-legato. Because in a way it's the most exacting. Most exacting, because you must give every note its full value, yet definitely detach the notes. Coming down, descending is a little difficult because of the extension between 5 and 4. If I were to play a staccato, it would sound this way, huh? Etc. Legato, there's 2 ways. I would play a legato for 1 measure and make the break at the bar, which is a bit of a challenge to be exacting, but very important. Now, the second page, the other page. I forgot to mention that at the top of the first page it said, transpose into B and C sharp. Please have the first page again in hand, first page. This is very important. Take this same study number 1. So let's transpose to B major. Quite a challenge. Or transpose to B flat. Now when you are involved with the black keys, and these are 5-finger positions, really, bring the hand completely into the black key areas and play the white keys in the white key margin between the black keys. We must do that, keep the hand straight, and that it should feel comfortable to us. Now, I only mentioned to transpose into B and B flat. If it is convenient for us to have plenty of time and transpose into all 12 keys, well and good. But for those of us who have to economize on practice time, these 3 keys will suffice, because the C sharp and B are the other 2 most difficult keys outside of C. Therefore, the other remaining 9 keys are not really necessary. Next page. Now, this is a very good example where I do show with the right hand, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, 6 examples, different kinds of articulation. And I chose some Latin rhythms in the left hand to accompany us for the sake of variety. And I will try and demonstrate these now. For instance, example A, we have a legato of 8 notes. B, 2 legato and 2 staccato notes. I hope I can do it. See, that's my practice. C, now 2 staccato and 2 legato notes. Ah. D, 3 legato, 1 staccato. All right. E, now it is 1 staccato and 3 legato. A little more complicated. Ah. And finally, F. Oh, 1 staccato, 2 legato, and 1 staccato. Oh! I thought I was in a black key. Thank you. That concludes that subject, and I will continue to the next one now. While I take a little breather, and you also, only a moment. And we're doing very well. I think that worked out on the hand and example, just on exercise number 1, in these various manners is very beneficial. You want to take a 2-minute stretch? Do so. We will have about, I would say, 45 minutes more. We'll complete about 2 hours. Relax and we'll do it. Now, following subject will involve 1, 2, 5 pages of exercises. Now, following is a recommendation for daily practice consisting of scales for both hands. In other words, the major, minor, both melodic and harmonic, the chromatic, the whole tone, and the diminished 7th chord scales. And the dual purpose of this practice is to remind us of the equality of the fingers in both hands, which does tend to keep the hand in a straight angle on both keyboards, while at the same time promoting technical development for both hands. In the major scale, the continental fingerings, as I have already demonstrated, are recommended for the left hand. See? Now, I already demonstrated that as to what to do with the left hand up and down the keyboard. In the chromatic scale, a set of fingers is used for the right hand, which employs more fingers than the usual 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, etc. Instead, the scheme is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., using more fingers. I believe this was introduced in Europe some time ago. All right. with a 1-3 fingering. Which employs only 3 fingers. The other involves 4 fingers, which is why, in a way, it is preferable. More about this fingering later on. But I do recommend, like when you're playing these scales as exercises, use the fingerings which employ more fingers for the sake of developing those fingers. Now, in playing passages of a chromatic nature in compositions, opportunities can occur to use this elaborate fingering intermingled with the simpler one. So again, we're not discarding the 1-3, 1-3, 1-2-3 fingering. We are not discarding it. We still use it. But it is an advantage to know about the 1-2-3-4, 1-2-3 style of fingering. Now, at metronome set, with a quarter note at 100, and the exercises consisting of 1/8 notes, play each scale 3 times as follows. First time staccato with a graceful springing of the hand, and in the left hand, the springing will be done by the fingers because we cannot lift the hand since it is involved. Second time, non-legato, making sure every note is equally valued yet separated. Third time, legato, connecting from one note to the next. Now here are the major, minor, and chromatic scales in parallel and contrary motion, starting from C. And it would be beneficial to transpose these scales into all of the keys. However, as I have said, for those who are familiar with all key signatures and need to economize, on practice time, transpose only into the keys of C sharp and B. And you will see that at the top of the page. So here we are. Let me try and demonstrate. What did we say? Staccato first time, non-legato and legato. Number 2, melodic harm minor. Harmonic minor. All 3 forms of basic articulation is important. Chromatic scale. And then non-legato. Now, for me, the left-hand chromatic scale legato is difficult. It will always be. I did it as well as for the left hand. All right. Now,
Just the stretch, just the spread.
the next page, please have it handy. Now, in continuation, following is a review of the whole tone scale for both hands. The notes forming the augmented triad are found in this scale, which is a multi-key scale. Therefore, it is only necessary to transpose from C those scales starting on D, B, and C sharp. You might mark that in your page if you please, just those three other keys, and practice in the same routine as on the previous scales. So I will just play example number 5 in this page 2. Difficult, even for me. Now, the other three keys are shown in that page, so I will not have to demonstrate it. I will continue with these. It is well known that in playing a particular type of scale in the left hand on the Stradella system, the fingering first shown for that scale is used for all the other keys. It only remains to start on the right key note with the same starting finger in every key. Therefore, it would not be improper to suggest that in scales of a highly chromatic nature, the left hand be studied separately at first until the fingering pattern is learned and memorized by rote. And this can then be borne in mind when combining with the right hand and when reviewing all keys. The most difficult scale in the left hand for a mental grasp is the diminished 7th chord scale. So called since the notes forming this chord are contained in this scale. And this is also a multi-key scale, since the interval of a whole tone alternates with a semitone consistently. So we transpose the starting note of these into C sharp and D, and that would be sufficient. Now we're on page 3. And these are difficult for me too, because I don't practice as much, for the simple reason that I cannot practice too much, since I only have a certain amount of energy. Now, one easy approach for combining both hands in this scale is as follows. First, review the diminished 7th chord notes based on the starting note of the scale as a broken chord bass solo with its logical fingering. For instance, starting on C, the bass notes and fingers in that first example would be C, 3rd finger, E flat, 5th finger, F sharp, 2nd finger, counterbass, A, 4th finger, counterbass. And review also playing the 4 notes as a solid chord and the bass buttons. Learn all of this by rote. Now, secondly, in combining with the scale in the right hand, play the chord notes in the basses when they coincide with those same notes in the right hand scale, which after starting would be on every other note. Thirdly, playing the full scale on the left hand along with the right hand should be facilitated by remembering the chord notes as anchor points while bringing in the remaining scale notes. And use the most convenient fingering for those remaining notes. But do not change the fingers for the chord notes. That's your anchor. And remember the rote. See what I can do with it. I will not try it again. No, but these are the most important because it covers all different situations. Finally, I say that the whole tone and diminished several chord scales are often used in the art of improvisation. Now, following our studies, we go to page, about the 5th page here. No, following our studies of octaves for the right hand. Yes, you see the title there, please. Huh? All right. And may I stress the logic that it is just as correct to use a 1-5 fingering on the black as well as on the white octaves. Therefore, in choosing fingerings when learning a composition, consider first the 1-5 fingering on the black as well as on the white octaves. Therefore, in choosing fingers when learning a composition, consider the 1-5 fingering on both the black and white octaves. Then, for practical reasons, the 1-4 fingering may be used as an alternative on some, if not all, of the black keys. Very rarely, the 1-4 fingering may be used on a white octave. This is important to me as a teacher because, again, with students coming to me already advanced, because they were probably advised that on this you can use octave, you can use 1-4 fingering. They make that the rule. And they play all black octaves at 1-4, never using the 5th finger. This is a grave mistake. Even on the white keys, 1-4. Now and then, the exception, yes. But the rule is, consider 1-5 first. Because in moving, it tends to keep the hand straight. And we are developing the 5th finger. As I said a while ago, then now and then we use the 1-4. It is all right to do the wrong thing at the right time. Now, all right, this page of octaves. I forgot to mention that on the detached octaves, 1-5 consistently, like in the first 2 measures. Then, when we have legato, we do have to use 1-4. Even shifting from 5 to 4 on the top notes and 4 to 5 in order to maintain the legato. This is a very good reason. So, first, detached. Line 2 is of the whole tone scale. Detached first. Again. Now. Very difficult, and we have to do it occasionally, of course. See? And it will always be difficult. But we don't encounter this any too often. Perhaps more so in piano music because there's pianistic and they have to use octaves for strength. But on the accordion, though, octaves are not quite that important because we have multiple reeds in one register in 2 or 3 octaves. The deciding factor on choice of fingers, whether the octaves are in ascending or descending order, from black to white, or white to black, black to black, or even white to white. The 2 other factors are the note values and the required tempo. What seems to be a convenient fingering when first learning a composition often turns out to be awkward when eventually playing the passage up to tempo. And the number of times to alternate between the 1/5 and 1/4 fingers should be kept to a minimum, since it involves turning of the hand. Finally, it is definitely incorrect to use the 1/4 ring for all octaves without exception, since it eventually becomes a technique stumbling block. And I think I referred to that already. Next page. Major and minor chords within octaves. It's in that same page, huh? It says octaves, same page. Major and minor chords within octaves. Now, following are studies of major and minor triads enclosed within octaves. That is a total of 4 notes involving 4 fingers for the right hand. And this is a suitable exercise for developing firmness in the fingers. Mentally anticipate each group as to the black and white key formation, with the fingers reacting accordingly. All 4 fingers should then drop on the keys and lift off as one unit. Move the hand into the black key area when a black octave is involved. Now, position number 1 means the root of the chord is the octave with the other remaining notes, chord notes, enclosed. Position number 1, which is line 3. Notice that in ascending to the end of the line, I reversed to make more of an exercise, and I played them in reverse order, which I think is a very good idea. Now, position number 1 again, same fingers in minor. Remember that and I should have mentioned it, 1, 2, 3, 5, position number 1, major or minor. Any other fingering is incorrect. Minor. Position number 2 means the third of the chord is the octave, with the remaining chord notes enclosed. Use fingers 1, 2, 4, 5 consistently for position 2 on both the major and minor chords. Any other fingering is incorrect. Now here's line 4, major, position number 2. Position number 2, minor chords. Position number 3 means the fifth of the chord is the octave with the remaining chord notes enclosed. In practice, use 1, 2, 4, 5 as the preferred fingering for position on the major chords. Unquote. Notice now that I said preferred. In other words, there will be an alternative on this. But this is the preferred fingering, which should be used when you are exercising. So now here we are. Line 5, position number 3, major chords. 5A, position number 3, minor chords. Now, where am I? As a, yeah, now in minor, the preferred fingering is 1, 2, 3, 5. All right, I don't need that. Preferred. So. The alternative, you see, in major, the first recommendation is 1, 2, 4, 5, but 1, 2, 3, 5 can be considered under certain circumstances and quite satisfactory. In the minor, 1, 2, 3, 5 is preferred. And the 1, 2, 4, 5 can be used occasionally as being suitable. It all depends on the situation. So you notice that I use two different terms. Positions number 1 and 2, there were certain fingerings correct and incorrect, and we should avoid the incorrect fingering. I see it too often. Like, for instance, the biggest interval is in the center. Well, that's where you should have the empty finger. But no, most students, 1, 2, 3, 5. Very incorrect. I think that pretty well takes care of that subject. I do like to stress that it is important for teachers to teach correct fingering to their students, because it's like correct grammar, and because the correct fingering develops the technique of the hand rather than the incorrect fingerings, which tend to limit the technical development of the hand. Now we have a few minutes remaining, 5 or 10 minutes, where we may have probably an open discussion here if you have any questions to ask. Let me remind you that when we come back for this afternoon's session, to have your accordion handy, those of you who wish to use the accordion, you will need your accordion case with a page or two that I will hand out to you to play, which means then that from the second row on, there will be more space needed between rows to take care of those accordion cases. But if you do this before we start the afternoon session, that was at 2 o'clock, we will save time and we can go right through that demonstration, because I'm saving it for this afternoon. Now, an open discussion, if you please, on it could be anything. Do you have any questions in mind? Yes.
On the 1, 2, 3, 4 fingering for the chromatic scale.
Yes.
Just thinking about it quickly, it doesn't seem to work if you start on a black key. Right?
You know, I have a 3-page subject on that which I will hand to you when we start the second session. You'll be here then, huh? All right. But I'll give you a brief description of it. Let's go to the white keys first. Major and minor thirds. Think of the C scale and the 2 octave span. So how do we have the thirds situated? Major third, right? Minor third. Major, minor, minor, major, minor. Now again, major third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Minor third, 1, 2, 3, 1. Major third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Minor third, 1, 2, 3, 1. Minor third again, 1, 2, 3, 1. See, and you'll see that it happens that you go from second finger to first finger on 2 consecutive white keys. A little different situation there. But it all depends on the major and minor thirds. Now from here, major third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. At the top, 1, 2, 3. Well, but we can enter the fourth finger to the top of the scale. So it's based on the situation of the major and minor thirds in the white keys. Now you say, well, what do we do to start on, say, C sharp? Start with the second finger. And now follow the routine from D now. That's the white keys. D and F is a minor third, so 1, 2, 3, 1. Major, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, and so forth. You see? So starting from the black key, start with the second finger, and then borrow from the white key principle on the next ascending semitone. And consider the thirds then. Minor, major, minor, major, and that gives you the fingers. I have a 3-page layout of that which I will hand to you at the beginning of the afternoon session. Any more questions for a while now? Maybe you're all hungry, huh?
I have one question.
All right.
When practicing arpeggios,
Yes.
say like a C arpeggio in the second inversion,
Yeah.
how appropriate is it to drop the wrist totally so that it's almost facing up and down?
Yes.
Do you recommend that?
Yeah. You mean, is it a problem, or is that what you're recommending?
I've been told two different ways.
Huh?
I've been told two different ways of
Oh.
practicing the arpeggio. One is to drop the wrist
Oh.
so that it's facing
Two.
up as you're going up the arpeggio.
Yes.
Another way is to try to keep it as straight as possible.
Well, now here, as I say, we try to keep the hand straight as much as is possible, and we only turn the hand or do anything else because of necessity. If you have to drop to get under, well, then we do that. I mean, there is so much that we could talk about in technique to go even further than what I have brought up. Then that would take just a whole day to discuss that. But I would say that this is the individual opinion. As long as you can achieve doing those arpeggios, whether you drop the hand or not. I dare say, I think we have to some extent. And of course, detached notes is easier, but a legato is more difficult. May I just continue one more thought on that? I like also, if I have time to practice technique, to play the scales in thirds. And I employ the left hand along with it. The missing note, like if I start with C major, with note on thumb on C and third on E. I will start with G in the left hand, the fifth of the scale. This is very excellent, but this should be done in all 12 different keys because the fingerings are quite different, and if you have the time, you should do this in all different keys, 12 different keys. This is very important. Detached and legato also. So there is a lot in technique after all, but I try to be brief and bring out the most salient points. Any more questions?
Yes. In regards to handing, when you're keeping your hand position, going through the hand and deal, how important is it to keep the thumb close to the keys during all of those exercises, or is it not important?
The thumb? Well, I think that's
Some thumb position. I have a tendency,
Yeah.
when I'm going through hand, my thumb sometimes raises as when I'm stressing the exercise on a 3, 4, 5 finger, my thumb has a tendency to raise maybe higher off the key because I'm working on that 3, 4, 5 finger. Is it important during that exercise to keep that thumb as close to the key as possible, or does it?
I would say so. For the reason, though, that I see it in some students where they will go, let's see if I can do it. And the thumb keeps going.
So the way I combat that,
That's extreme, of course.
the way I combat that, and tell me if I'm wrong, I usually play that with my thumb tucked under like I'm going to do to keep that thumb down. Otherwise, have a tendency to raise that thumb, so when I'm working on the 3, 4, 5, I usually try to keep that thumb tucked under like I'm gonna be grabbing a note with it.
Yes, like you're going to continue on the scale.
Yeah.
Very
Is that
good.
permissible to do it that way?
Yes, sure, it does no harm. And if I didn't, well, I try to keep it right close to the key too. Both ways I would say is important. See, the thing to avoid is this.
And it's so
Point-
easy.
and
for
the
the-
small finger pointing to the sky.
Yeah, and I have a problem with that. But it is to correct that, to keep that thumb tucked. Otherwise, I have a tendency to get that doggone thing up there.
All right, so bring it under,
Yeah.
correct that situation. Sure. Yes. Gary?
One point, there was an author by the name of Abby Whiteside who wrote some books on Chopin. And one of the principles that's adopted for piano, could be modeled for accordion, I think, would be the fact that the hand must fit the keyboard like a glove. And of course, paralleling to what you say, the hand fits the keyboard in a parallel position. So what they would do is start student on the key E and have the 3 fingers, index, middle,
Escape.
fourth finger,
The
play
key of C.
on the black notes, and little finger on the tip on the C key, showing that the hand must be parallel to the key, but using the 3 black notes as a model for the inner fingers. And I think that's a good idea. There's one other thing I want to ask you. Is that
Speak up.
okay?
Speak up.
Okay. A very famous accordionist, probably for some reason or other, I won't say the name, but I'm sure you'll know who I'm referring to, had recommended in terms of maintaining that hand position parallel to the keys at all times, a drop shoulder technique with the right shoulder. I'm not so sure if I'm totally in favor of that idea, and I'd like to know your feelings on that.
Yes, I've heard that mentioned. I would be reluctant to do it myself because I feel that in doing so, you're really letting go of the right shoulder strap, and perhaps the accordion may be unstable in doing that.
I believe that probably he employed this technique when he was standing.
But if a person does that and it doesn't affect his or her playing, then they say it's justifiable. It's the old story again about it's all right to do the wrong thing at the right time. Well, I think now maybe we'll call it lunchtime if you please. And we did put in all the 2 hours, but we will start at 2 o'clock if you please. Don't forget about your accordion and the accordion case, and maybe some of our husky gentlemen back there will make more space between the chairs. This is on the subject of irregular groupings. We are already familiar with the subject of regular groupings, which means grouping of notes which in the total value of a measure agrees with the time signature. This is regular grouping. For instance, in 3/4 time, a group of 2 eighth notes followed by 2 quarter notes results in the correct total value for the measure. On the other hand, a grouping of 3 eighth notes followed by 2 quarter notes would result in an incorrect total value. But if, instead, the numeral 3 within a curved line or a bracket is indicated over or under the grouping, signifying the 3 notes are to be played within the time value of 2 of the same kind, we then have an irregular grouping, making the total value of playing the measure correct. The irregular grouping because it is so indicated by 3 eighth notes in the time of 2 eighth notes, or 3 quarter notes in the time of 2 quarter notes. So 3 notes played in a time of 2 are called triplets, an irregular grouping which occurs often in music. Now here is a study in 4/4 time with metronome set at 69 for the quarter note, in which the note values are increased and decreased from measure to measure as follows. Quarter notes, eighth notes, triplet eighth notes, 16th notes, back to triplet eighth notes, and quarter notes. Now dividing the triplets properly while maintaining the steady beat is of the utmost importance. All right, so those with the accordion on, but don't you have a music stand or something? Did you get your accordion case or something? Or take another chair if you're available when I make that your music stand, so you can participate. All right, in trying this now, please play non-legato. Switch does not matter, it can be anything, it doesn't matter. Play mezzo forte, don't play it too loud or too soft. That's right. Oh, thank you very much. Now, you see, Marilyn? Well then, now if you're ready, hope you can all see me, whoever's playing. Well, I'll stand up. I will give you, yes. The title is Drill on Time Division. And you're not very far off from what was in the envelope. Drill on Time Division. If it's missing, please let me know and I'll try to supply you with a copy. If you don't have it, I'll try and get a copy back. You don't have it? Well, let me just take a moment out. I won't lose too much time. Otherwise, you may read from some other part near you. Yeah, please. Charlie Caballero.
See what they want to do.
Anyone missing on this? All right. Oh, we ought to get Ken in on this. Shall we try it?
Yes.
I will give you 4 counts free to set the tempo. And then, of course, your task is to play in correct time, dividing the notes properly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try it again, please. Oh, that's Joe coming in. All right, once more. 4 counts for free. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. All right. What's unusual about this is the fact that I didn't set the triplets immediately following the quarter notes where you just say 1 and you play 3 to equal that 1, but instead it was preceded by 2 to account. And even from there, from 3 to 4. Students aren't often given this drill, example on dividing triplets properly, in this manner. See? And it always seems to be strange. Just simply put, it's just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and so forth. To adjust your mind from 2 or 4 in a measure and change it into the flux of 3 in a measure. Let's try it once more, and then we'll go to the second example. Number 1 again, if you please. I give you one more chance. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, the last note was correct. Fine. Now, number 2. I think I will give you a slower tempo. Are you ready for number 2 now? 4 counts again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So a good study for you, if you wanted to review this again at home, would be if you have a metronome, set it at a steady beat, moderate, and then play to it. See how you divide the notes. All right. I think you understand what was presented here. Now, at the bottom, we have the theme from Lakme, which is an opera by Delhi. And it's an aria, really. And you will see that in this aria, in the very first measure, you have the situation of you must play 1 note for the first beat, and then it steps up, right? 2 notes for the second beat, 3 notes for the third beat, and 4 notes for the fourth beat. Exactly like you see it in example number 2. Let me play that theme for you, please. It's a beautiful theme. Example of that situation. Now, look at the other page which says minor scales. Now, if some of you don't have it, please raise your hand, but I do what you do. I try to be so careful in laying out these things. Minor scales, which was in the envelope. Well, I don't know exactly, but you'll find it. I'll talk in the meantime. Now, the 4 harmonic minor scales shown in this page cover 4 keys, A, D, G, and C minor. The resolutions of the diminished 7th chord in each key are shown in the examples which are A, B, C, and D. The resolutions of the augmented triad in each key are shown in examples E, F, and G. Observe that a sharp as an accidental and a flat and key signature are contained in the diminished 7 chords in examples 2 and 3. A sharp as an accidental and a flat and key signature are contained in the augmented triad in example 3. Now we can do this with these. Let us all try it in unison. Like the A minor scale, the upper staff, and no time signature. Please play with me as I beat for each note, just ad lib, but each note. The A minor scale. I think I'll stand up again. Now we'll be using the accordion on this too. But yes, what you're doing it. All right. Note for note, what you see in that first line. But stop before where it says A, the last 2 chords in there. We will do that separately. Now here we go. The A minor scale. A, thank you. Now, the 2 following chords. You ready? Here we go. Let's try that one before again. The first of the 2 chords. Are you ready? Here we go. I think that was correct. Thank you. Now, the next line. The line where it says B, C, D, E. All right, B, C, D. Now, 2 chords at a time. Are you ready for the beginning of the second line? You read it. And you're ready? Go. Next. Play the first one again, please. But now I'm going to ask in rotation, one by one. Would you play that first one? Thank you. No. One but B. Now you have it. Thank you. Move it.
This is the diminished? No.
That's right. Oh, well, it's line 2. The bottom note is B.
Oh.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Oh, line 2B.
No, it's 1B.
1B.
Now, all right, thank you. All right. How about you? No? No, you're making the wrong line. It's line number 1, double bracket, but. Oh, line 1? Yeah. You try it in the meantime. Yeah. Well, Michael. Well, you did it. Yeah, play it loud, don't worry. You see the sharp is not for the line note, it's for the space note. No, it is for the line note. G sharp. All right, very good, Peter. Well, you get the point. Now, that's B. Let's try C now. C, the next 2 chords. Are you ready now? We're still in example A, you know. Example 1. You ready? Ready. All right, there may be one or two notes wrong, but I'm not going to draw this out too much. Now, if you please, go to E in that line. E. Well, we have three notes. You see that? E. All right, here we go. The resolution, the next chord. Now F, the very next example. F. G. All right, thank you. Now that was A minor. Now, example number 2, double line, huh? So you're in the key of D minor now, huh? So please play the scale note for note. D minor. Example number 2. Here we go. D. Well, we have one flat in P now. One flat in P. Once more, please, because that's what we're doing. Once more, the D minor scale. It's the harmonic minor scale. Go. Now, we're there, line 2, but just below that, example B. All right? Understand? This is still example 2 now. All right, here's the first cup. Go. The point here is, you see, maybe we get the C sharp all right, but we forget the B flat, which is in P. B flat and C sharp. And the point is, some students will say, no, you can't have a flat and a sharp in a correct chord. It doesn't happen. It does happen, as you see here. Consider the scale. In the scale, D minor, one flat and key, you play B flat. The C sharp was erased into it. There you have your flat and sharp. You see? All right. Now go in that line to E. E. Now the 3 note for which is the augmented. Have you got up there? All right, here we go. Let's hear it. And the next one, D minor. All right, now let's go to F, the next example. G, now the last, G. All right. Now we're in the key of G minor. 2 flats, right? Let's try the scale, please. The G minor scale, example 3, the upper line of course. G minor scale. All right? B, just next line below. B, that chord. You ready? Go. Yes. We see the F. We see the F sharp, but E is flat. You see? So we do have a sharp and a flat again. See? Okay. Now skip to E now. In that same line. E. Are you ready for that one now? This is an augmented triad. Go. Once more. All right, we're doing very well. B flat, D and F sharp. We must not forget that we have B flat in the key signature. Now, we go to example 4, the C minor scale. We now have 3 flats in key, C minor scale. So let's try that first. The C minor scale, example 4, the scale. Here we go. All right, we had the watch out. Now next line, B. You ready? Go. I beg pardon?
Can I ask why we never do example A?
A?
Why we don't go to B?
Oh, you mean, well, A will be the scale itself. Is that what you mean? Huh? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right.
Oh, I see what you mean. The end. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, that's good too. All right. For instance, in that line, yes, here's a very good point. I overlooked it. A at the end of that line of C minor, the 2 chords. All right, you ready for that? The A example. Go. All right, B, D, F, and A flat. B, D, B. Now in that bottom line, please give me E. Example E. All right. F, the next measure. And finally G. All right, thank you. Yeah. And the purpose of this is for us to realize that we will have a flat and a sharp in a legitimate chord. Whereas some students will say, well, no, you can't have both. It's either flats or something. Like when they see, like, here's F sharp. And because they don't think that we will have a flat, they will play B natural. Well, the key signature still prevails. The key signature, so it's B flat. Something to remind students about. Thank you on that example. Now, we were on the subject of irregular groupings. And I explained that to you. I played that aria. Now, triplets are included in this theme, and the step up of note values occurs in the first measure of the melody in the right hand, and the left hand in rhythmic form consists of beat note values, which we play, which can serve as a metronome of these. Now, another subject now, complementary factor. Now, I'm skipping. For this, you're going to have 3 pages of music to refer to in addition to my lecture. 3 pages. The first one says composite rhythm, and it shows chopsticks on one page, and the next page, Carnival in Venice. And when I play it for you, and when you would play it, if you did, you'll lay those 2 pages side by side so that you will play continuously. You start with chopsticks, and you read across to the second page like a continuation, making the 2 themes as one selection. And the third page is an example on morning moves. So I trust you have those pages. Well, here's my lecture then. Now, the complementary factor is the process of taking 2 different numbers and relating them into a common denominator as follows. 3 times 2 is 6, and 2 times 3 is 6. Therefore, 6 is the common denominator. In other words, the complementary factor of these 2 numbers. Now, this, as a mental process, often assists and dealing with an irregular grouping in one hand as against a regular time division in the other hand. A suitable example would be a few measures from Clair de Lune, Debussy. Now this I play, it's not given in those pages. As I say, there's so much. Now this is from Clair de Lune. The time signature is 9/8 time, compound time. In other words, the beat notes are dotted quarters, and there'll be 3 quarters worth in a measure. But as we know in compound time, each beat divides into 3 pulses. This is common with that subject. 3 pulses to 1 beat. Well, in 9/8 time, the 3 pulses would be 8 notes, which in turn can divide into 16th notes. So if we have 3 8th notes in 1 beat, we will have 6 16th notes in 1 beat. 2 16ths for each 8th. Now here, we come to the subject of in the right hand of this example, we have the irregular grouping of 2 8th notes to be played in the time of 3. This is called a duplet, indicated with the numeral 2 over or under the group. Now the left hand consists of 2 bass notes in alternation, legato of 16th note valuations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a measure, 16th notes. Now, since 16th notes will be played in the bass buttons in 1 beat, we can lay out a count of 6 for each beat. In the first beat, the right hand 8th notes will move on 1, 3, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Together with the left hand. So that's, the right hand falls on 1, 3, and 5 out of those 6 counts. Then, this shows the use now of the complementary factor, since the right hand will play 3 notes from the first and third beats and 2 notes in the second beat, which is the duplet, all divided properly within the 6 counts for each beat due to the consistent bass pattern in the left hand. So please listen, and you can start counting first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right hand. I will do it again. I think it's worth it. Right? And notice where the duplets occur in the second count of that first measure. Actually, first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the second beat, the right hand falls on 1 and 4 instead of 1, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we have another example of duplets, but that is the explanation. Now the same complementary factor is even more useful in this instance, since the left hand has only sustained notes in this next example. Consequently, observe the count of 6 for each beat from the very beginning in order to be mentally prepared for the duplets. Now there's no rhythmic background here, see? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. think it's worth trying again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. So in the third measure, the right hand had to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 4, 1, 4 instead of 1, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I hope I made that clear. We'll have it in the examples later on too. We don't often get grouplets, and many players who play the room will play but they will not be dividing it properly because you must play 2 in the time of 3 in this instance. If you have triplets, you play 3 in the time of 2. Now, that was complementary factor. 2 times 3 is 6, 3 times 2 is 6. Composite rhythm is the process of taking 2 different rhythm patterns occurring within one time span and compressing them into one common rhythm pattern. And the result is a composite rhythm. And the complementary factor is involved in this as follows. In 3/4 time, 3 quarter notes in the measure can divide into 6 eighth notes, which can then serve for a count of 6. 3 equal notes, like quarter notes in one hand, will fall on 1, 3, and 5. 2 equal notes, say dotted quarter notes, and the other hand will fall on 1 and 4. So, compressing the 2 counts will then result in one simple counting of 1, 3, 4, 5, indicating where the notes for both hands will move. So therefore, in 3/4 time, the composite rhythm would then be written out as a quarter note, 2 eighth notes, and a quarter note. Now this is a very good example that I do with students. One, two, let's say we have on the right hand 1, 3, and 5, and here's 1 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here's your 3 here and equal 2 against it. This falls on 1, 3, 5, and this falls on 1, 4. You say now let's put the 1, 3, 5 on the left hand, and the 1, 4 on the right hand is just a turn around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now in those pages that you see in music, that point is brought out. And I go a little further by saying there, see, that for the first one we'll say both. I use the letter E there, both. So, again, and then we say both right, left, right, both right, left, right, both right, left, right, both right, left, right. Turn it around, put the 1, 3, 5 over here now, both left, right, left, both left, right, left, both left, right, left, both left, right, left. And that's the point, you see. So that's your composite rhythm, which it goes. So it's the 1, 3, and the 5, and 1, 4 combined into one common rhythm. And this helps quite a lot. I continue now, please. All right, I explained about those words also. Now following is a strain of chopsticks in which the right hand has 3 equal notes to 2 equal notes in the left hand. And a strain of Carnival of Venice in which the left hand has 3 equal notes to 2 equal notes in the right hand. I will try and play that. Now lay those 2 pages side by side. The chopsticks first and the Carnival of Venice. And you will see that the explanations are in those pages also, typed on top. And then that second page, the composite rhythm. very simple way of presenting it to students, perhaps. And remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I go a little further. The complementary factor will always reveal what should occur when any irregular grouping is combined with one that is regular. For instance, quadruplets, 4 in the time of 3. 4 times 3 is 12, right? And 3 times 4 is 12. Therefore, it would be necessary to lay at a count of 12. Quintuplets, 5 at the time of 4. 5 times 4 is 20. And 4 times 5 is 20. Therefore, lay out a count of 20. Note, now in Malagueña, the 16th note quintuplets in the right hand, which is so familiar to all of us, I believe, that have played it, are combined with 2 8th notes in the left hand. So 5 times 2 is 10, and 2 times 5 is 10. Therefore, lay out a count of 10. It is convenient to use this process in selections of moderate to slow tempo. However, in rapid tempo, the counting may prove to be cumbersome, especially when a long count is involved. So in this situation, the composite rhythm pattern may be relied upon. Now, as an example, I will again play Chopsticks and Carnival of Venice in rapid tempo, relying only on the composite rhythm of, rhythm, rather, instead of relying on the count of 6, because the tempo is rapid. I'll turn it around. So, finally, the composite rhythm may also have to be dispensed with in extremely rapid tempo. And it is then recommended that each hand be practiced separately and mastered into and out of a situation and up to the required tempo, practicing each hand separately. Then by rote, combine the 2 hands so that the lead notes coincide on the beats. The notes involved in between could well fall into place. And in extreme rapid tempo, this is not as difficult as you imagine. Not as difficult. We have some competition. Let's see. So you just have to think about if I wrote this, will take care of itself. this is actually not too difficult, you see. Think of dividing the 8 notes properly in the left hand, and the right hand will take care of itself. Now, we come to the subject of multi-rhythm, multimeter, polyrhythm, and polymeter. We do not have pages on this. I must explain it verbally as best as I can. Now, all of these are important in the art of causing the effect of conflict in music, and the nature of their functions may be either a horizontal or vertical situation, or both simultaneously as they appear in the musical notation and in their actual effects. Multi-rhythm occurs when when different rhythms are used in succession, suggesting changing meters, although the meter remains unchanged. This is a horizontal process. Let me repeat again. Multi-rhythm occurs when different rhythms are used in succession, suggesting changing meters, although the meters remain unchanged. This is a horizontal situation that was already observed in Clair de Lune. When I played 3, 5, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, say 1. That's multi-rhythm because in the right hand alone, it went from 3 and then it went to 2, suggesting 2 in a beat instead of 3. That's multi-rhythm. See? Now, multimeter occurs when the meter is changed frequently. This is also a horizontal situation, as illustrated in this passage from the overture, La Belle Helene by Offenbach. Now, both hands will change meter here, see? Multimeter, changing of meters, or so here it was 3/4 time, 2 measure, and then 2/4 time, 3/4 time, 2/4 time, and it even went down to a measure where they changed. Now that is also horizontal. Polyrhythm occurs when 2 or more different rhythms are combined simultaneously within the same meter. Now this is now a vertical situation, as in Liebesfreude by Chrysler, wherein the right hand suggests 2/4 time, as against 3/4 time in the left hand. Like now, there's a 2/4 here, as suggested against 3/4. So this is polyrhythm because vertical, the right hand is suggesting 2 beats as against the left hand, 3 beats. Another example of polyrhythm is from España Rhapsody by Chabrier, in which the meter is 3/8 time. Now here, the right hand will suggest 3/8 time properly, but the left hand suggests 2/8 time, or even 4/8 time. 1. Let's see. So the right hand in itself, huh? Left hand. So this is polyrhythm. And another example from this same composition involves now the left hand playing duplets, as against the regular 3/8 time in the right hand. In fact, the right hand is even involved with 16th note triplets. But since the right hand is that's still 3 beats in the measure, but each beat has triplets. Yeah. The third measure is from the left hand into 2 notes in a time of 3. I'll try it again because I like to practice anyhow. So that is again still polyrhythm. I wish I could play the entire selection because it's so beautiful. Now another example from this composition involves the left hand playing duplets. That I already explained. Now polymeter occurs when 2 or more meters are involved simultaneously. This is a vertical situation as illustrated in, well, songs my mother taught me by Borges, wherein the right hand melody in the song copy is in 2/4 time, and the left-hand accompaniment is in 6/8 time. The complementary factor and composite rhythm are useful in this composition. For instance, the right hand in 2/4 time, laying out a count of 6 twice in the measure, since there's 2 quarters in the measure for the right hand. The notes will move either here, say on 1 and 4. The left hand in 6/8 time, 2 beats in a measure, but compound time, where the dotted beat, is the quarter note. In other words, the right hand alone, I must lay out the count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Left hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in other words, the right hand sort of moves on 1 and 4. The left hand moves on 1 and 3 and 5. Together. Rather complicated, perhaps? Not so much. Lay out a count of 6, because you're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It falls on either 1, 3, and 5 here, but here it falls on 1 and 4. The composite rhythm also, as I say. That explains that example. And of course, this is really a vertical example of polymeter, because you have 2/4 in one hand and 6/8. A very fine example of polymeter, then, is in the minuet from the opera Don Giovanni, wherein Mozart has 3 separate orchestras playing in 3 different meters simultaneously. 3 different orchestras on the stage. You see one, and there's one hidden behind on one side of the stage, behind the scene, and one hidden behind the scene on the left side of the stage. So they are playing simultaneously then. 3/4 time, 3/8 time, 1 beat to a measure, and 2/4 time, all at the same time. A stroke of genius by the composer Mozart. He was a genius. Now, the irregular grouping of triplet quarter notes occur very often in the melodies of popular music, and since the meter is usually alla breve, or 2/2 time, or as we sometimes say, cut time, if you will, the half note will be the beat note. Therefore, the irregular grouping of 3/4 notes will be equal to to the beat note, right? In our variety, 2/2 time, the beat note is the half note. So 3/4 notes will equal 1/2. Now, the accompaniment usually consists of regular quarter notes, like bass, chord, as quarter notes. So consequently, we have 3/4 notes in one hand to be played in the time of 2/4 notes on the other hand if we have the triplet quarter notes in the right hand, which means that the complementary factor will again be 6. And this counting will occur within the time span of a beat note again, you see. Now, in the following example of Morning Mood by G, there's the third page, of course, huh? The same numbers will be involved in the resulting composite rhythm, but there will be a difference in the accentuation as follows. Here now, instead of the accent being on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have to shift that and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the accent is on 1 and 4, and then 1, 3, and 5 is, we shall say, irregular. It will be the triplets. Now you will see at the top of that page those 3 lines that I showed explaining the composite rhythm. Well, now here's how we would play Morning Mood in here, wherein, say, in the first 2 lines, the triplets, quarter notes are in the right hand, and then the next 2 lines, the triplets would be as a bass solo in the left hand. So. Oh, no, I like a different switch. Right, we see these triplet quarter notes very often, right, in popular music. Well, I believe I explained that pretty well on this subject here. And we'll take a little breather now as we go to the next subject.
Still need our accordion on?
No, thank you. No. I sometimes do this. I will ask a group to each individually strike a note. I explained that already. And let it fade down to nothing. I think all of you can do that. But in other classes, I will have them go through that and to see how each one reacts to that. Because, as I say, students very often, a number of them will not know, when they get it way down to nothing how much, but they will still kick it off. Bring in a bellows mannerism that is not justified. Yes, you're through with the accordions. Thank you. I'll just have to work on it. Well, if you are satisfied, I will go on to the next subject. If you want to continue to make good use of our time. This next subject I entitled Orchestriana, the vibrato, bass, chord buttons, and clefs. I would like to have many, many more examples for you to play on the accordion because I think you would enjoy it. But then I don't want you to work too hard. Now for this lecture, I will ask you please to have handy the next pages, which would be, now this is a chart showing that the left-hand register setup of my instrument as to refer to. Then you also have a page, and some of these may be back-to-back, watch out, or separate. The next page is tonal chart for both keyboards. And Ken, this is the one that I was referring to you. Huh?
That's the one you talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess you don't have it, huh?
Well, I only have your packet, I tried to find it.
Oh, I see. Well, if not, I will give you a copy. Yes, tonal chart. Well, now, tonal chart may be two separate pages to another one which shows right-hand accordion registers and left-hand symbols, back-to-back, or they may be separate pages. Oh, you have it, fine. Then we'll have the separate of clefs, which occupies 3 pages. All right. Now, let me bring out the lecture part of this, please, and then we'll come to the examples in due time. The tonal resources of the modern acoustical accordion is greater than most people think. I am referring to the multiple registers available nowadays for both keyboards. Think of a symphony orchestra and think of the total characteristics of each instrument as we review the registers for the right-hand keyboard. For instance, now we're going to straighten and get my music. Here is the sound of the piccolo register. Here is the sound of the clarinet register. Here is the sound of the bassoon register. For a trombone effect, think of the trombone characteristics as we use the harmonium register. From the Tannhäuser Overture, where the trombone is featured forte. Now, observing a vibrato in the right hand can assist in the tonal character and color of some instruments. For instance, here is the oboe register. Explain more about the vibrato later on. Now here is the flute register. Here is the violin register. For a cello effect, we can use Bandonian register. Potent peasant. For a French horn quartet effect, we can use bassoon registers. I will begin the left hand in this with systems. French horn quartet. For a trumpet effect, followed by full orchestra, we can use musette register to start with the trumpet, followed by a master register. Here is the introduction, the first few measures of Capriccio Italian by Tchaikovsky. Full orchestra. Now for an organ effect, we can use organ register, and with the left hand to assist, I like what we call the bass alto register, bass alto. The Stradella system keyboard of 120 buttons for the left hand is a unique system based on a musical theory in traditional harmony, in other words, the cycle of fifths. Each of the 2 rows of bass buttons are laid out in this order. The fundamental row provides the roots of the subdominant, tonic, and dominant chords of a key center, and in that order according to the cycle of fifths. The counterbass row provides the supertonic, submedian, median, and leading tones of a key center in the major mode. Between the 2 rows of bass buttons, all the tones to form the major scale are in close proximity to the key note in the fundamental row. And you see that already. I have the fingering, continental style fingering. So all of the intervals of the major scale are close to the key note. The remaining 4 rows are preset chord buttons consisting of the 4 primary harmonies found in traditional music. That is, the major and minor triads and the dominant and diminished 7th chord. Of course, these are also laid out in the cycle of fifths order to conform to their root notes in the fundamental bass row. Consequently, the entire keyboard shows the close relationship from one bass button to the next and from one chord button to the next, up and down the keyboard according to the cycle of fifths. Now in the standard system, the perfect fifth interval in the dominant 7th chord has been eliminated in order to obtain the raised or lowered fifth and also the substituted 6th when required in this chord. Now this is done by either a bass button as the altered note combined with the chord button or by combining 2 chord buttons. Now here is the G7 chord button. So it has the root, the third, and the seventh, but the natural fifth is omitted. If we want the complete chord, so with the G7, just combine the G major chord button with it, and we get the complete chord whenever we wish. 2 buttons, yes. I do it very often when I want the complete seventh. But with the fifth omitted, we can raise the fifth in the right hand. And the dominant seventh would raise fifth, or the lowered fifth, or even the major sixth, substitute a sixth. This explains why it is convenient, more practical to have the fifth omitted. And I must say that in 1923, I opened up my left hand, took out so many buttons, and I had a file in my hand, and I filed off the pin that makes the fifth respond. That time on, I always had my accordions without the fifth. And in 1950, when I went to Castel Fidardo, I presented that standardization to all of the factories over there. And I think that 99% followed that suggestion. I just mentioned about the major chord button with the seventh. Now, the diminished seventh chord also has its diminished fifth interval eliminated for the same reasons already explained. But I think this has always been so, and it's good. If you want to know what's in, say, the G diminished chord button, think, say, of the G scale. Let's think of the G major scale. Now, the root is G, right? Now, the third note of the scale, B, let's make it B flat. Lower it to the minor third. And then add the major sixth from that scale. Root, lowered third, the minor third, and the major sixth. So the diminished fifth would be, which would be either, say, C sharp or D flat, whichever way you wish to spell it. Complete chord. But we leave that out, you see. And this for another good purpose too. If you want the chord complete, how often do we do it? We play a C sharp counterbass. We then, of course, have the complete diminished seventh flat. But then again, too, having the fifth omitted from this chord gives us other opportunities. Like, for instance, now, we refer to the subject of 2 chord buttons, C major and A minor combined. We get a C major 6. C major and E minor combined. We get the C major 7. These are all in my book, A Collection of Lectures, by the way. Now, C minor with C diminished. Now we get a C minor 6th. C minor 6th. Showing that the diminished chord button with the fifth omitted comes in handy for some other combination. Not just enough for a diminished chord. And then, if we want the complete diminished seventh in the left hand, in chord button range, just play 2 diminished chord buttons simultaneously. Space just by like 2 empty fingers, 2 empty buttons, like that. You get the complete diminished seventh. You know, any of these, you go up and down, they all look informed. These are all complete diminished sevenths. They also repeat themselves because we know the nature of the diminished seventh chords. Now, if we take an E minor and a G7, we will have the G7 chord with suspended 6th. Beautiful. To resolve it, fine. I think I went ahead of myself in this way, but no harm. There are 5 sets of reeds in the full system Stradella keyboard, each set consisting of a range of 12 semitones, according to the standardization established by the Accordion Teachers Guild, or ATG, and the American Accordionists Association, or AAA, on July 19, 1955. I was on the ATG committee together with Terry Levis and Sidney Dawson and Charles Magnanti, together with Joe Bibiano and F. Henry Clipman, who were representing the 3As. Now, what we standardized was the 4 sets of reeds in the left hand out of 5 will contain the C major and chromatic scale in proper continuity through 4 consecutive octaves, minus the 5th octave at the top to start, say the 5th octave, the high C, but 48 consecutive semitones. As an example, minus the top to make the 5th octave. 48 consecutive semitones. Because out of the 5 sets of reeds, we have 4 octaves that start from C, low C if you recognize it, to B. This was standardized in 1955 by the 2 committees. Now the remaining set of reeds is named contralto, and its range of 12 semitones start from F sharp, which is 6 semitones below middle C, to F natural, 5 semitones above middle C. And this is often referred to as the straddle, since it overlaps part of the tenor and part of the alto set of reeds. Now let's look at that page, which says total chart for both keyboards. Now I think the upper part that shows the right hand may not be mysterious at all. We are referring to the left hand here, which is really more complicated. So you look at the bottom and you'll see the 5 staffs in there, which represent the 4 sets of reeds starting from C, named bass, tenor, alto, and soprano. And that straddle set of reeds, which I named contralto. Look at that contralto. You see C in the first measure, but as you go through it, after F natural, it drops down to F sharp, right? 11 semitones lower, instead of continuing to ascend. And that's why I put it in bass down. Although it could be in treble also. But you look through that entire line, you find that F sharp is the lowest pitched set of reeds, and F natural is its highest pitched set of reeds. You might ask, why did they include that extra set of reeds with the straddle, half of one and half of another register? It is because if you continue playing the C scale like this, you are always ascending. Well, that straddle set of reeds, since it drops in another part of the scale but continues, when the other 4 drop, and that one continues up, is intended to create the illusion that we are still ascending. It's an illusion. Because we only have 1 set of reeds, like 1, even no register at all that occurs. And then by the same token, in descending, the very effect that straddle set of reeds breaks at a different point creates the illusion that we are always descending as well. And that's the purpose. But on the other hand, as far as chord buttons are concerned, that straddle set of reeds is a good range, like if we study popular music, piano music, bass, and you're going to play the chord on the upper beat. Well, those chords, most piano courses teach in popular music, will have that same range where middle C is in the middle of it. contralto set of reeds. F sharp, F natural. Between these two notes, see? So it's very logical in this purpose 2 or 3 different ways. The person who created that sort of system was a genius way back, early 17th century, 19th century. I'm going too far back. Now, this is quite a page, if I may say so. Understand this, and I think this is very important, and I think it is interesting, useful. Supposing we have master's register in effect, and I play C bass button. How many C's will be responding? You look at that very first measure, vertically, and you see, right? 5 C's. Those are the actual pitch of C's that respond with that C bass button, the master register. You see it? You read vertically on all 5 C's. Well, that is true of all the other notes then. C sharp, 5 C sharp, 5 D's, and 5 E flat, and so forth. 5. Of course, if you play the whole chromatic scale, remember that that contralto set of reeds will fall at a different point. But you'll always have 5 reeds responding for a bass with master register. Now I will play C major chord button with master register. Now then, you see that slanted line? Well, that indicates that those 2 lower stabs, bass and tenor, never respond for a chord button. Never, no matter what register you use. So you must look from that slanted line upwards to know what is responding for a chord button. Not only how many reeds, but the exact inversion of those chord buttons. And you will find that in these 3 upper stabs. So now if I play C major chord button, how many reeds are responding? Did anyone venture to guess? 9 reeds. Master switch. 3 C's, 3 E's, and 3 G's. You have 3 stabs up above that slanted line coming through. 3 C's, 3 E's, and 3 G's. Now if I change the other two, then a 4. We have 2 C's, 3 E's, and 2 G's. So it's not as you go further, the high register, but now you only have 1 C. So the register will make it change. So let's go back to the master again. With master you will have 3 C's, 3 E's, and 3 G's. So I say, when I play C bass button only, with master, how many reeds are responding? 5. Right? C bass button. If I play C major chord button only, how many reeds respond? 9. But if I combine both together, C bass and C major chord, how many reeds respond?
14.
Only 11. Because the 3 C's were already included in the bass button. Oh, this is the fact. You have 5 C's, 3 E's, and 3 G's. 5, 3, and 3 is 11. Well, it's in this page here. And do I make that clear as to how we discover that? Because the bass buttons have access to all 5 reeds. But the chord buttons only have access to the 3 upper stab reeds. Now, if I play C bass button and I add D major, how many reeds do we have responding? Now it will be 14. 5 C's, 3 D's, 3 F sharps, and 3 A. It's a different chord button. Here here's 14 reeds, but here it's only 11 reeds. Well, these are the facts about the left hand. Now you'll say, well, gee, what is the inversion of, say, C major chord button master? What is the inversion? Is it root or first or second inversion? Well, look at the lowest step for the chord buttons. That's the contralto set of reeds. And you'll see that while you see C at E first on ledger line and first line, but then later on, after treble, the bass left change, you see the G is below the C and the E. So this is second inversion. If we say G major now, look again at that contralto line, and you'll see that now the G is the lowest note with B and D. So it's root. And if you look at the proper line in there, you will know what the inversion is. D major, well, look at the contralto set of reeds, F sharp, A, and B. Then when you change register to tenor, now you eliminate contralto and you look at the alto, because you always look at the lowest set of reeds responding. So you look at alto now. So if I play C major now, with this register, we only have 2 C's, 2 E's, and 2 G's. And C is now the lowest note. So this will be in root position. G major, looking at that alto line, we find now B is the lowest note, and then G and D. So this is second inversion. Now, you follow me on this. If you look at the proper stack, you can tell what position that chord is voiced in. Then if I finally eliminate that alto by going to soprano, the highest reed, then we only look at the top stack. It's the same as alto, but exactly an octave higher. C major root, G major second inversion, D major root, A major first inversion. So this is the purpose of this page. Now, you have this page either back-to-back or a separate page. Right hand accordion register symbols. So I say that this is all self-explanatory. If not, raise your hand and ask the question. It shows the right hand of just what responds when you play a note according to which register you have in mind. And the left hand. Well, now to back that up, I will ask you to also put into your hand that page wherein it shows the entire 10 registers of 10 registers, let's say. 9 registers plus 1 master. And here you have all the names, and these are standardized by both committees, like master, bass piano, which means it's the low reeds, but the 2 upper reeds eliminated, so we say bass piano instead of bass 40. We have tenor 40, alto, soprano, and the top is bass alto. That will be a 2-octave interval in the bass. And below that, bass, only bass alone, 1 reed, which is like we use in walking bass in jazz. Then we have tenor piano. Not quite the same as tenor 40 further up because there's 1 reed less in it. But it is that tenor range that is the same. And then we have alto and soprano. And those are the only 2 registers in here that are exact duplications in this 10 register set, which I will say I established, at least for my own purpose, that it is spreading and gaining attention. And those 2 repeats, though, are logical because 2 of them are up here, and the other duplicates are down here for convenience. If you're in the sharp section, you'll work towards those 2 registers here. If you're in the flat section, you have those 2 down here for convenience. So there's a logic here. 7 of these were standardized by the 2 committees again. So all I did was to add, I would say, the low bass, 1 reed alone, and the 2 duplications. But the more you hear me play, you will know why I have it laid out in that manner. know the range of each reeds in the chord buttons, according to which register is used, is important, and we can do quite a bit on that. For instance, now, here is the theme from the Allegretto by Beethoven's symphony. Exactly what I made in the right angle. The theme from Grieg's piano concerto. Now, to go into the subject of utilizing two chord buttons simultaneously, I will play this passage from a well-known organ composition, which later on also became a popular song. Single chords now. Popular song. Does anyone recognize it? Yes, it was originally the Andantino by Lemaire, organ composition, and then Neil Moray made a popular song to it by adding the lyrics to it. Now, to carry on further with the left hand, I will play another well-known old-timer that I'm sure that many of you will recognize. And see if you do, I'm sure most of you will. Maybe all of you. All in the left hand. using them. Just to start off in the first measure, to give you an idea of what the process is there. First, three bass buttons. Now 2 bass buttons and 1 chord button. Now 1 bass button and 1 chord button. Now the chord button alone. So we have that's what's involved. All right, I'll try to continue now. I wasn't playing the accordion only a few years after being given the Maestro Galla system. When? Well, because I had perfect pitch already. I knew what the inversions were and what was responding. So even this setup of the 5 reeds were in the 4 octaves and the basses are consistently C to B, C to B, C to B, and C to B. With the straddle, that was already established before the meeting of the 2 committees. One might say, well, my lowest bass is of lower pitch. Like many will have A as the lowest set of reeds in the bass set of reeds and in the tenor. But when it comes to the alto and soprano, it starts C. What is illogical about this is after you play a chromatic scale starting from A, the bass, the G sharp, A to G sharp, then we have a hiatus there, a gap of 3 missing semitones, because the next one starts on C. If we want still to have the A scale, well then make all 4 octaves A scale. So then you will have a continuity together with the registers. So that's the most important thing, to have 4 sets of reeds for the tenor, for the bass buttons that respond, that are consecutive, 48 cents. Now, the vibrato, performed on string instruments by rocking the left-hand fingers on the strings while the bow is in motion, can also be simulated on the right-hand keyboard of the accordion by rocking the hand on the keys while the bellows is in motion. There are no pages on this, so just take this verbally or use your pencil that he wish, but I will demonstrate. This effect may be suitable for melodic purposes in passages indicated as cantabile, dolce, or espressivo. It should not be observed as a strict rule, however. Good taste should always prevail. Of course, it is suitable in vocal music, as in do, sol, la, mi, no. Certain notes, not all notes, depends on the value. Although the more value you can build up the vibrato, little more, on a small value, little, or perhaps none at all. It doesn't have to be consistent all the time, just when it's convenient. And so that actually simulates the apparatus of the voice. Because if a singer starts singing a tone, piano, there'll be very little vibration, and as he increases the volume, the vibration increases, see? And of course, if he's singing a longer note rather than a short note, you can build up to it, you see? So it's all, as I say, a matter of good taste, but very important at the right time. Now, the left hand and arm should also be relaxed while the bellows is in motion. It is done on the keyboard, by the way. And the left hand relaxed so that you can see it ripples through the bellows. And easily done, I would say, going out. A little more difficult on the in, but it can be cultivated and it can be done. Now, another piece. Well, if you play with the right hand alone, the left hand may do it now. So the left hand, it's just the reverse. The right hand will cause a ripple to go through the bellows in this direction. See? And it's quite suitable. I will say the best example I can show when I use that will be when I play the lullaby and the mini concert. I'll just play a few measures at the beginning, wherein I want the vibrato in the left hand to start, and I do it by rippling the right hand keyboard in. This is the introduction to Lullaby by Cacciatore. So I actually brought it out in the left hand, but I even brought it into the right hand in it. See? I think I have covered this subject now, please. Thank you. And so a little breather and we'll go on. My goodness, it's 10 minutes to 4. I think I would like to bring out one more subject. Please find the pages in reference to clefs. It's a 3-page item. So if we do not have time to cover all the other subjects, you do have the pages to what might have been brought up. And greatest part of the time, all of those pages are self-explanatory. I wish that I would have a lot more time, but actually, time is precious. Yes, it would be very close to this. All right, if you please, and I hope you'll find it. I'm sure you will. 3 pages on the subject of clefs, page 1, page 2, page 3. And the reason why I think this is important, it explains, to a certain extent, notation for the accordion, but it also explains the range of the reeds for the left and especially, which I cannot stress too much. So it'll just confirm what I said a moment ago about those 4 rockers. May I read from these pages? The grand staff, first used in church music for the choir of singers, consisted of 11 lines equidistant, and within the 11 lines, 4 clefs were indicated, each placed on a different line to suit a particular range of each voice, namely soprano, clef, located on the 7th line, and alto clef on the 9th line, which are the female voices, tenor clef on the 10th line, and bass clef on the 4th line, which are the male voices. Soprano, alto, and tenor clefs are defined as C clefs, since they identify the location and pitch of the note for middle C for each of those voices. Bass clef in distinction is referred to as the F clef, since a note on the 4th line identifies the location of the note F, pitched a fifth below middle C for that voice. Now, a C clef looks like this, and you will see it there. F clef looks like this. The F clef is really like the initial F, sort of modified or altered, but it comes from the letter F and the note F. Now, example 1 shows the grand staff and the clefs for the 4 voices as they first knew it in the grand staff. Eventually, notation for certain instruments made it necessary to divide the 11 lines into 2 smaller staffs by eliminating the middle line, or in reality, the line becomes invisible when not needed. When needed, it indicates the pitch of middle C as it appears on the 1 ledger line note, short ledger line. So the grand staff now appears as a divided staff of 5 upper and 5 lower lines. Bass clef was retained for the 5 lower lines, and then treble clef came into use, placed on the 2nd line of the upper 5 lines, identifying the note on that line as G, pitched a fifth above middle C. And so it does resemble a G, sort of a modified form. So that is referred to as the G clef. So now the grand staff has 10 lines utilizing treble and bass clefs is used for musical notation in piano, harp, and accordion music, etc., as shown in example 2. Now note, middle C, shown for the 2 clefs, of course, is one and the same note. It is the link of continuity of the notes which bind the 2 clefs within the grand staff. And also take note that with F clef, it shows F a fifth below middle C, and the G clef shows G a fifth above middle C. Now, since the grand staff for the accordion music resembles that for piano music, it is important for the serious accordionist, student and professional alike, to be adept at reading both treble and bass clef for each hand, for at least 3 reasons. 1, the low tones of the right-hand keyboard are pitched in bass clef range, and in ascending, the reeds progress into treble preference. For instance, bassoon is the lowest set of reeds in the right hand, and the lowest F is pitched in bass clef. And when we get here now, this is really middle C as far as the bassoon reed set of reeds is concerned. See, and we say from here on it goes treble clef. 2, the pianist, student, professional alike, is prepared to read piano music with treble and bass clef interchangeably as follows. A, normally treble clef for the right hand and bass clef for the left hand. B, both hands sometimes play on the treble part of the keyboard. C, both hands sometimes play on the bass part of the keyboard. D, the right hand will sometimes cross over into the bass clef range. And E, the left hand will sometimes cross over into the treble range. And similar procedures like these also apply for the organist and harpist. 3, composers of original music for the free bass accordion use treble and bass clef interchangeably for each hand, since they exploit the treble and bass ranges available in each keyboard. So I think we realize now that each hand has bass and nice reed here. Piccolo reed. So both hands contain bass and treble clef pitches. Now granted, it is easier for the pianist to assimilate the above-mentioned skill since he is playing on one continuous keyboard for both ends. Nevertheless, the same skill in reading is just as important to the accordionist. Treble and bass clef is applied to the accordion. In accordion music, the upper portion of the grand staff always represents the right-hand keyboard and is usually notated in treble clef. The lower portion of the grand staff always represents the left-hand keyboard and is usually notated in bass clef. Refer to example 2 in that first page. Example 3 shows the range of the white key notes for the standard right-hand keyboard of the piano accordion notated in treble clef. Shows the actual pitch of the reeds in the clarinet and or flute register, therefore being properly represented by treble clef. And middle C, consequently, is the lowest pitch of the 3 C's in the set of reeds and is the lowest C located on the keyboard as far as the key is concerned. Although treble clef is normally used, sometimes it is necessary to notate and read bass clef for the right-hand keyboard. And this would not be incorrect when the reeds of the bassoon register respond, since its lower tones actually start in bass clef range, as shown in example 4, which is in the next page. Notice that middle C is now the middle of the 3 C's in this set of reeds, and is therefore located in the middle of the keyboard. Page 3. However, there is reason to revert to bass clef for the right hand only when the tones included between middle C and the lowest note F in the bassoon reeds are involved. Because it does not go any, it doesn't descend any further. And most accordion music composers and arrangers are choosing to use treble clef for the entire right-hand keyboard, regardless of whether a certain register included the bassoon reed or not. And I see nothing wrong in this, although when you have the bassoon reed responding, you do have an octave lower than what you see. But if we understand that, and we accept that there is no problem, we should not be a problem. In this case, the accordion should realize that the bassoon reed, when included, is responding an octave lower than is shown in the notation. Bass clef is normally used for the left-hand Stradella system keyboard, and it is sufficient for certain basic registers. However, in multiple register models, when bassi soli, or when it says BS sometimes, is indicated, it will be necessary to revert to treble clef for some of the registers. So example 5 shows some of the multiple register changes of the Stradella system and the appropriate clefs for them. Now only the natural notes are shown. So we see in example 5, if you use those 4 registers indicated in the circle and dots, you will have a scale of C to B. Master or bass piano, or the bass alto, again, for the one reed alone. Then we go to either tenor forte or tenor piano. Now that's the second measure. It says bassi soli or bass soli because now we're going up further than that middle line, which is supposed to identify, single note notation, or the soft. And now, third measure, we start from middle C up. All right, now, that's middle C in actual pitch. And then finally that upper soprano register. So notice that the piccolo set of reeds for the right hand, not shown in this article, sound an octave higher than the clarinet flute set of reeds. That is why in that same meeting of the two associations, I persuaded the three A's to accept the circle and the dots as a very factual and positive indication of what reeds are responding in the right hand. The two dots in that little space represent the two reeds that respond as written, clarinet and flute. The dot in the upper space represents piccolo reed, which sounds an octave higher than written, and the bassoon reed, the lower dot, represents the reeds that respond an octave lower than written. Someone suggested there similar idea for the left hand. Oh, you have 7 switches, center, master. Then let's call this one number 1, number 2, number 3. And then we go number 1A, 2A's, 3A. And I said, that's like sending a man to prison, putting a number on him and eliminate his name. He has no identity. So I said in the left hand, let us be more positive. Again, use the circle and dots, see, and show 5 dots. There's one more space in the left-hand circle than the right. And these are named also orchestrally, fine, well and good. Left hand we use vocal terminology, bass, tenor, contralto, alto, and soprano, as I suggested. That seems to be it, folks. I wish we get more time. But as I say, everything else you have into those combos, I'm sure will be quite self-explanatory. And we won't be around before. So in a short way, we'll have the mini concert. I will try and play a few selections, those which I feel that I am equal to. I cannot play any more beyond that. It's a matter of energy and strength. So the first selection I'd like to play would be the Lord's Prayer. Now see, this is my music now. The Lord's Prayer. play the entire version of the lullaby from the Ballet Gyne by Cacciatore. This sort of displays the idea that the left hand with its multiple registers of just this regular stradella system can really simulate a free bass. favorites of Fritz Kreisler is Liebesbräu. Neapolitan love songs. The Chicken Chilavui. This was made into an American version, popular song, and the title of it then is Just Say I Love Her. It was an American song. But this is the original, the Chicken Chilavui. string in the left hand again. So if I may. Let's be sure to start with the proper switch. Your mind cannot stop working for one moment, otherwise you get lost. Well, I believe this is my concluding selection. I will do my best with it. A brief version of Rhapsody in Blue by Gershwin.